outside, but she's already been sworn.
Okay. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. Would you state your name for a moment?
Kevin Wilson.
Chris Malone.
Margarita Perez.
Would you all raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you will give in this cause now on trial is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. All right. The rule will be invoked. That means you cannot discuss anything about this case among yourselves as witnesses or with anyone else for that matter, unless you receive permission of the court. The only permission the court will grant is you can discuss the matters pertaining to this case with counsel for the defense or the state, but it has to be away from the hearing of the other witnesses. You can't read anything about this case nor comment upon it, while you're under the rule. Once you testify, go back outside to wait. You can't discuss what your testimony was with anyone. That same rule applies. Is there anyone that has any question about what your obligations are under the rule? Okay, if you step back outside, you'll be called at the appropriate time.
Can I have one more that I wasn't able to bring in?
Okay.
She's sitting separately from the manager.
Okay, would you just advise her that you cannot talk to anybody about the case? Except for you? Yes, or you're the witness now?
Yeah.
Okay, you just come forward, just state your name for the record. You stand right there.
Good morning, Melissa Gates with your pretrial supervision center.
Ms. Gates, would you raise your right hand and be sworn? Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Are you familiar with the rule? Have you heard it stated by the court before?
I have to.
All right. Did you just hear me say it, explain it to the other witnesses?
I did do this.
Okay. And any question about what your obligations are under the rule? All right. Thank you. You step outside. Just. Okay, again, before we bring the jury in, due to some security concerns that we have in this case, this court is not closed. It's an open court to comply with the Constitution. However, to address the security issues that we've had, I think both families, the victim and the accused families, they are at different locations, but they're watching the proceedings by Zoom. I've also initiated the YouTube live, so it's also being broadcast through YouTube. Again, to make sure that the public is able to observe these proceedings in compliance with the open courts provision of the Texas Constitution. All right. Okay, I think we're ready for the jury. And you can call your first witness, Mr. Pettis.
All rise for the jury.
Be seated, everyone. Good morning, members of the jury. We'll go ahead and start out. I've tried to take care of some time issues by going and swearing in some of the witnesses. So I think most, if not all, the witnesses have been sworn and placed under oath, just for your edification there. Okay, you may proceed, Mr. Pettis.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name for the record?
Margarita Perez.
Ms. Pettis, do you know the gentleman seated right here?
Yes, sir, I do.
Can you please identify him?
Yes, this is Mr. Gonzalez.
And how do you know Mr. Gonzalez?
I have a nonprofit organization and we deal with underprivileged children in the city of Socorro. And we do a lot of events that help the community. And I've helped him and he's helped me. in several instances throughout the years. We've been doing this for 20 years, but he's helped me quite a few years.
What's the name of the organization?
Christmas Trails for Toys.
What does Mr. Gonzalez do as far as helping you with this activity?
We've helped each other fund as far as fundraisers and getting toys for the community, doing fundraisers by having car shows, and he's helped me in the distribution also of the toys.
Where are those toys distributed?
We've had them at Peter Piper Pizza the second week of December of each year. We at different locations.
Okay. That's the distribution portion?
Yes,
Okay, and as far as collecting and gathering the toys, is that what Mr. Gonzalez helps with?
yes, he does. They, either I do the fundraising and he brings in people, to help us with the fundraisers, or we help him as far as, because he would give out also and distribute toys within the community.
And how many years do you know he's done that?
Exactly, I don't remember, but I've been, doing this for over 20 years, and throughout the years, he hasn't helped me every year, but he has helped me more than 5-6 years.
Okay. Do you believe he's an asset to the community?
An asset, yes.
Does he know he has any other charitable work to do involved?
I didn't hear that.
Are you aware of any other charitable events that he's involved?
No,
And again, the name of your organization was?
Christmas Trails for Toys.
Just a minute, Miss Pettis. Is there any cross-examination? Yes, I'm sorry. Have a seat there.
And just out of curiosity, where does the trails come from in the name of that organization?
Christmas Trails for Toys. I don't know. I guess because since we live out in the rural, part of El Paso and Socorro, and then also because we've done like car shows and truck shows and things like that.
And the defendant is part of like a truck club, right?
No,
Okay, not to your knowledge.
oh, no. Do I?
No, Mr. Gonzalez is a member of a truck club.
Oh, no, I don't know.
Okay, that's enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Another question, John.
Okay, Ms. Pettis, thank you. Do you wish to excuse Ms. Pettis or,
No objection.
Okay.
okay, you're excused, ma'am. Thank you.
We call Chris Balloon.
Okay, is he's not the one he's in charge of, I assume.
No.
Yeah, okay, have a seat. This witness is under oath, members of the jury.
Please state your name for the record.
Well, could I ask you to spell your last name, please?
MALOOLY. Hold the microphone. Sure. And just make sure you speak into it. There you go. Yes. Mr. Maloney, where do you work? EPX Construction. What is your role at EPX Construction? President of the company. And in your capacity as the president of that company, have you met the gentleman seated to my right? I have. Who is he? Jesse. Jesse. I call this vice. Okay, Jesse what? Wax, my name is Fred, like oh, years, okay. And have you worked closely with him? Yes, every day. During that time that you've worked with him, can you describe what kind of a person he is? Yeah, for about the last 4 years, I've worked with Jesse day in and day out. He's been very consistent with us, he's been very reliable, he's been very honest. Commitment participants to hard working and he shouldn't work every single day. Sometimes that's 7 days a week. We're sharpest on very schedule. He's always been a manager that you can rely on. Always done the right thing financially and physically. Office. He's been a very reliable and straightforward for us. This is easier. Have you seen him interact with his employee? Many times. How does he treat his employee? He treats them with respect, care, honesty. Like you would want any employer to treat you for an employee. They have a lot of respect for you. For anything they work here in the field. That's a testament to his character and how he treats them. Considering the day for help and tremendously. Okay, and you know him in the business world, you know him in his personal life or any other activities he may be involved with? I've gotten to know him on a personal level because obviously we spend so much time with somebody you get to know them. I don't know him extensively in his personal life, but I do know him. Him and I have had many conversations about personal life and so on and so forth. So I feel like I know him personally. To say that I hang out in tones, I don't, but I know him personally, and I think better than discussing. Are you aware of any other activities yet? I'm not aware of it. Okay, so basically your connection and knowledge of him comes from the workplace. That's correct. No other question.
Hold on, sir. Questions?
No questions.
Okay, you may step down, sir. Any objections to excusing the witness?
No, yeah. Yes.
Any problems? Okay, you're excused, sir. Thank you.
What not to to watch this. So he's going to just tell you if they're waiting to do nothing.
Introduce yourself now.
Yes. You may proceed. Can I see counsel up here before while she's doing that?
I can have it. Just have longer witnesses, they can look at I don't know able to get I mean, my office is not set up. I can have security systems like if they're not it is dead. So watch it's hard to manage because of them. I know the security concerns that rather because at some point I think we're gonna have people come to the party. I think it's better if it just happens. I just have to go back. Okay, it's just probably using it to get their job. I'll go. Yes. And then I can and then you be able to go. there's two options. I'll let you have that. Just the ideas. Oh, that's what you do.
Be just a moment. Okay, Mr. Pettis, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. I call Omar Cimental.
Okay, Mr. Cimental, I placed you under oath, correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you understand the oath in English when I gave it to you?
Yes.
All right, just to make sure, let's go ahead and place you under oath again, please. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do swear.
Very well. Have a seat, please. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record. Jose Omar Cimental.
Jose Omar Cimental.
And Mr. Cimental, where do you work?
In construction?
And Mr. Cimental, are you involved with any charitable organizations in the community?
Pues hacemos un evento al año para recaudar fondos para los niños.
Well, we do an event yearly to help the children that are most in need.
And when you say we, who's we?
Estamos la mayoría del equipo, entre ellos el señor González, su servidor y Osvaldo Reza, empezamos a recaudar juguetes. A toda la gente que nos quiera regalar para juguetes, vamos a todos lados. Vivimos en Socorro, si tenemos que ir a acá para el lado de la Plasmonta, cuando sea que nos regalen un juguete, tenemos juguetes para llevar martes.
Well, most of the team, including Mr. Gonzalez, myself, Osvaldo Reza, we all collect toys and from anywhere that they want to gift them. We live in Socorro, but we go anywhere to Prince Mountain, anywhere where they give the toys in order to take them to the children that are in need.
Say a team, what's the name of the team?
Los Dorados de Villa, somos club de cabalgata Los Dorados de Villa.
Los Dorados de Villa, we are a club of horse riders, Los Dorados de Villa.
May I quote your honor?
Yes.
I handed you what is marked as exhibit 20, and I'm just gonna ask you if you recognize what I have handed to you.
Sí, sí, no.
Yes, yes, would you recognize it?
Okay, so is that something that you're familiar with?
Yes,
And is it something that you presented at some point to the gentleman, Mr. Gonzalez?
Sí, nosotros le hicimos dar este reconocimiento al señor González.
yes, we decided to give this recognition to Mr. Gonzalez.
But it's something that you made as part of the organization, Los Dorados de Villa?
Sí,
Yes,
Your Honor, at this time, I would offer the defendant's exhibit 20. Okay.
State's exhibit, defense exhibit 20 is admitted.
Name, approach this one.
Yes.
That's all she can.
Yes, you may.
If you would look at this. Can you please tell me what it is?
este es un reconocimiento que hicimos darle al señor González. Porque hacer ese evento no es nada fácil. Y él sea como sea, de donde quiera saca fuerzas para ayudarle a los juguetes a los niños. Por eso es que nosotros decidimos dárselo es porque él fue quien empezó ese proyecto. Un reconocimiento al gran esfuerzo que él hizo para que no se acabara.
well, this is an award that we decided to give to Mr. Gonzalez because of this event, it doesn't matter what's going on, he always manages to find the strength to get this event going. He always finds the effort with it. This is the reason we decided to give him this award.
And your name is on the board as one of the presenters?
Sí, está bien.
Yes, on the top, on maximum better.
Okay, and that's on behalf of yourself, Mr. Reza, and Los Dorados de Villa?
Sí, todos decidimos dárselo por lo mismo.
Yes, we all decided to award it to him because of that same thing.
And as we can see there, it was 2019 when it was awarded.
Sí,
Yes,
No other questions?
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
You may step down, sir. You are excused.
thank you.
Because I know she needs-
Thank you. You may proceed. It's Menchaca, you remain under oath. You were placed under oath yesterday or the day before, and you're still under oath.
Okay, correct.
And just so that the record is clear, if you please state your name right now, get into the record.
I'm sorry.
If you would please state your name for the record, so the record.
Okay, Damaris Menchaca. Okay, Damaris Menchaca.
And Damaris, as you testified, you are Ms. Gonzalez's wife.
Correct, correct.
I have some questions about different aspects of the relationship with Mr. Gonzalez.
Okay, okay,
I want to start off with your son, Axel.
okay.
Okay, and please tell us again, what year was he born?
In 2019.
And at that time, I guess his dad and was who, Mr. Arcos?
The father of the child.
And how long were you together with Mr. Arcos?
5 years.
But after your Axel was born, how long did you stay with him?
Ya no estábamos como 10, no como 2 meses después de que nos terminó. Well, we were like on and on for about 2 months after the child was born.
And then after that?
We separated.
Okay, when you separated, where did Axel go?
He stayed with me the whole time.
Okay, and how often would his father see his son?
Almost never.
Do you know why that is?
Porque el señor Arcos siempre negó al bebé. Because Mr. Arcos always denied the baby.
What do you mean denied the baby?
Decía que no era de él. He would say that he wasn't his.
Is that part of the reason you had problems?
Correct. Correct.
Did his father, would you give him access to his son?
Correct. Correct.
Okay, can you please tell us, how did that work and what kind of access did he have?
Yo lo dejaba que viera a su hijo cuando él quisiera, pero era muy raro que fuera a ver al niño. Yo le mandaba a él a veces fotos para decirle cómo estaba el niño, pero pues a él nunca le importaba. I would let him see the boy whenever he wanted, but it was very rare that he would go and see the boy. I would send him pictures to let them know how he was doing, but he never cared.
And you're saying this split happened after a couple of months?
Hey, yes.
Okay, so when did Mr. Gonzalez come into Axel's life?
Cuando lo conocí, when I met him,
Well, when was that?
when did he get about December,
And when was Axel born?
en julio del 2019, in July of 2019.
So about 4.5 months after.
Correct. Correct.
And Mr. Gonzalez, when he met your son, how did he react to your son?
Como un papá. Like a dad.
What does that mean?
Él se hizo el cargo de hacer como si él fuera su verdadero papá. He took care of Axel like if he was his real dad.
Okay, and you have another child with Mr. Arthur, is that correct?
Correct. Correct.
Who is that?
Aldair. Aldair.
Is that your daughter?
Correct. Correct.
Would Mr. Arcos take his daughter to visit?
A veces. Sometimes.
Okay, who would he see more, his daughter or his son?
Ninguno, pero le importa más la niña. Well, neither, but he would care more for the girl.
Would he tell you why?
No,
And do you have any idea why that was?
objection.
Overall,
Porque él decía que el niño no era de él, pero él tiene otros 3 niños que tampoco le interesan. No sé si porque Altair es niña y los otros son hombres. No, vamos a ver, decirle por qué.
Well, because he would always say that he wasn't his, and I don't know if it's because of that, because he also has 3 other children that he doesn't care for either. I don't know if it is because Altair is a girl and the other 3 are boys, I really don't know.
When you met Mr. Gonzalez, how old was that? He was about 4.5, 5 months old.
Correct. Correct.
At what point did you go and move in with Mr. Gonzalez?
En enero me vamos con él.
I moved in with him in January.
At that point, did that cause more friction with Mr. Arthur?
Correcto.
Correct.
Well, please tell us.
Yo me tuve que salir de mi casa porque el señor Arcos siempre me metía a la casa sin permiso. No, siempre me molestaba. Cuando supo que yo ya tenía una relación con el señor Ceci, él me mandaba mensajes que quería que me regresara con él.
I had to leave my house because Mr. Arcos would always go in the house without my permission. He would always bother me. And when he found out that I had a relationship with Mr. Jesse, he would send me messages for me to go back with him.
Decía que ahora iba a cambiar,
He'd say that he was going to change now,
que ahora sí se quería casar conmigo,
that now he did want to marry me,
que ahora sí le iba a poner atención a los niños, que ahora sí iba a jugar con ellos, que ahora sí iba a ser un buen papá.
he would say that now he was going to pay attention to the children, that now he was going to play with them, that now he was going to be a good dad.
Did you have to block him from your phone?
Correcto.
Correct.
So how did you have contact to have visits for his children?
Lo bloqueaba cuando me molestaba y ya lo volví a desbloquear porque es el papá de niño.
Well, I would block him when he was bothering me, and then I would unblock him again because he is the father of my child.
Now, when you moved in with Mr. Gonzalez, was that straight to the trailer or did it go somewhere else?
Otro lugar.
Somewhere else,
Please tell us where that was
Con mi suegra.
with my mother-in-law
and where is that?
En Socorro.
in Socorro.
Is that Jesse's mother?
Correcto.
Correct.
And how long did you live there?
Como 4 meses, creo.
About 4 months, I think.
Okay. And then after that, where did you move to?
A la playa.
To the trailer.
It was at the trailer in Horizon.
Correcto.
Correct.
Okay. During that time period, how was Jesse Gonzalez with your children?
Y así se portó. Siempre se ha portado así con mis niños. Los trata como si fueran sus hijos. Él es papá para hacer, para ir, para hacer y para dejar.
Jesse was, he's always been really good with my children. He's always behaved as if he was his own, as if they were his own children. He's always been a dad for Axel, Aldair, Asiel, and Alexa.
May I approach your honor?
Yes, ma'am.
I have handed you what are marked as exhibits 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 19. Look at those and tell me if you recognize what is depicted in those photos.
Sí, yes,
Do you know who took those photographs?
it's correct, correct.
Bless you.
I'm asking, do you know who took the photo?
Sí, yo la pongo. Yes, I took them.
Are what's depicted in those photographs, are those fair and accurate depictions of the things you were taking pictures of?
Correct, correct.
Those pictures. Well, I'll offer those exhibits. No objection.
States exhibits 9 through let's see, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Did you say 18 as well?
Not 18 right now.
Okay.
But you didn't take that.
All right. 17 and 19 are admitted.
Right, Coach John?
Yes.
Can you please tell us what's depicted in defendant's exhibit number 9?
Así es, Jesse con mi bebé Axel.
Yes, it's Jesse with my baby Axel.
Okay, is that, does he have a struck?
Sí, yes,
Is that typical of the way you would Axel?
Sí, siempre traía Axel con él.
yes, he always kept Axel with him.
Do you recognize what's in defendant's exhibit 10?
Correcto.
Correct.
What is it?
Es Jesse con mi bebé paseándolo en el caballo que tiene Jesse.
It's Jesse with my baby, riding Jesse's horse with him.
Would Jesse get him on the horse like that a lot?
Sí,
Yes,
Would you do that with your other children?
con todo.
with all of them.
Do you recognize what's in that photograph? Can you please tell?
Sí.
Yes,
Es Jesse con Alexa, Altair, Adriel y Axel.
it's Jesse with Alexa, Altair, Azrael, and Axel.
Are those all your children?
Correcto.
Correct.
So Axel's, he has on his lap, right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And there is a little girl who has her arms around him. Who is that?
Altair.
Altair.
Is Altair Leo's daughter?
Correcto.
Correct.
And the other ones are your other children?
Correcto.
Correct.
And what we're seeing there, I mean, now he has the kids on a little ATVs. That kind of thing that Jesse would do with your children?
Yeah, I think one. Yes, every once in a while.
Or on the horse?
Correct, correct.
Defendants Exhibit 12, what is that?
Es Jesse con Axel. Jesse siempre le gustaba dormir al niño. Dormir exactamente. It's Jesse with Axel. Jesse always loved to put the boy to sleep with him.
So this is something that would happen a lot.
Correct, correct.
Defendants 13. Please tell us what that is.
En ese tiempo, Axel le estaba encendiendo los dientes y Jesse le estaba poniendo un gel para los dientes. At that time, Axel was teething and Jesse was putting on some gel for the teeth.
And Axel seems pretty comfortable with him. Was that the relationship that Jesse and Axel have together?
Siempre, always. Siempre cuando miraba a Jesse, se iba con él. Yes, he always, every time he'd see Jesse, he would go with him.
He had a close relationship with Axel, but he had a close relationship with your other children.
Correct. Correct.
Defendants Exhibit 14, what is that?
Es mi niño Adriel con Jesse. It's my son Adriel with Jesse.
And that's Axel's older brother?
Correct. Correct.
Okay, so he has them there on a tractor. That's something that kind of thing that Jesse does with your children.
Correct. Correct.
Where is that happening?
This is interpreted.
Where is the scene happening?
En mi casa. At my house.
Is that out there on Horizon?
Correct. Correct.
Do you have that kind of equipment out there?
Sí. Yes.
Defendants Exhibit number 15. Is that, what's your son's name? Yeah.
Adriel.
That's
Adriel. Sí. Yes.
Okay, so what is Jesse doing there?
Ahí está Jesse con Adriel y un borrego. Jesse le compró borregos a los niños, caballos. Desempeñó mucho sobre los animales. There's on that one, Jesse is there with Adriel and Chip. He bought sheep for the children and horses. He teaches them a lot about animals.
They try to teach them how to ride horses?
Correct. Correct.
Defendants Exhibit 16. Who's that on the horse?
Okay. Adriel.
And again,
Jesse. Jesse.
and you took a picture and he's teaching them how to ride a horse.
Correct. Correct.
Okay, so I know that he gets involved with the kids and the horses and the animals and different things like the ATV. Is that all he does with your kids, or does he do other things with your children?
Sí, él siempre ha estado con los niños jugando, enseñándoles sobre los animales. Él llega del trabajo y se dedica a los niños nada más.
Yes, he's always been with them, playing with them, teaching them about animals. He comes back from work and he focuses on the children.
Defendants Exhibit 17. What's Jesse doing there? You recognize that?
Sí, yes.
Can you please tell us what he's doing?
Es Asriel con Jesse pintando porque estaban haciendo un proyecto de la escuela de Adriel.
It's Israel and Jesse painting because they were doing a school project for Asriel.
Looks like Jesse has paint on his nose.
Sí, porque estaban jugando.
Yes, because they were playing.
And as the other, I just painted this.
Correcto,
Correct,
So Jesse would do homework with the kids.
correcto.
correct.
May I put some?
Yes, you may.
I've handed you now what's defendants exhibit 18. I'm just gonna ask you if you recognize what's in that picture.
Hey, yes,
Now, you did not take that picture, did you?
no, no,
Okay. But that picture depicts you and your family. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of what your family was like?
Correcto.
correct.
You're gonna write off for defendants exhibit 18.
Okay.
Defendant's 18 is admitted.
I procure.
Yes.
Defendants exhibit 18 is on the screen. Please tell us what's happening there.
Okay. Este día era Pascua.
Okay, that day was Easter.
Okay,
Estábamos celebrando Pascua en la casa de mi cuñada.
We were celebrating Easter at my sister-in-law.
Estábamos Alexa, Asriel, Jessy está cargando a Axel, estoy yo y está mi niña ahí.
So it's Alexa, Azrael, Jesse has Axel in his arms. And it's me and Azrael.
looks there's some other child there too.
Sí, mi sobrino.
Yes, my nephew.
Okay, so it's not just you and your children, but it's also a net.
Correct.
How Jesse with all the other nephews and nieces?
Es el tío favorito.
The favorite uncle.
Do they always like that with children?
Correcto.
Correct.
What is your daughter's name?
The young one or the older one?
Excuse me, I'm sorry. Leo's daughter.
Altair.
We're going to change gears a little bit and talk a little about Altair. The day that the accident happened in this case was Altair with you.
Correct.
Was she with you?
No, dentro cuando pasó el accidente, no.
No, inside when the accident happened, no.
Or was she?
En el carro.
In the car.
Okay, she was in the car.
Correcto.
Correct.
And did you ever tell her what happened to her brother Axel?
No,
No.
How do you explain what happened to the Axel?
la gente nunca preguntó.
The girl never asked.
Have you ever, they tried to explain it to her?
Solo me preguntó qué dónde estaba su hermanito. Yo le dije que él estaba en el cielo.
She just asked where her little brother was, and I just told her that he was in heaven.
Did you ever tell her that he fell off the bed and that's why he wasn't in heaven now?
No, no.
I know that all of this has been difficult with the family. Has it been difficult on Jesse?
Very.
Defendants Exhibit 19. That Jesse,
Yes,
and he's there with Axel.
correct, correct.
Do you know what this picture is?
Sí, fue en Paso.
Yes, it was an Easter.
This is also in an Easter egg.
Correcto.
Correct.
Okay, and I see, seems like he's smiling,
Sí,
Yes,
and who's the little girl smiling inside?
Altair.
Altair.
Jesse with kids in his arms, is that typical?
Sí,
Yes,
Now, we saw pictures of Jesse putting Axel to sleep.
correct.
Okay, now. Nighttime, do you ever notice anything with Jesse sometimes concerning Axel?
por el accidente.
About the accident?
Yes,
Yes,
tell us about it.
Sí, sí. En las noches llora.
Oh, Jesse cries at night
Porque por el accidente de Axel,
because of Axel's accident.
siempre me pide perdón todas las noches.
And he always apologizes every night.
Me dice que él hubiera dado su vida por el niño.
He tells me that he would have given his life for the boy.
Now, you were there when all of this happened, right?
Correct, correct.
If you felt that he was irresponsible in what happened that night, would you be with him?
No,
This has been very difficult on you as well, am I correct?
Correcto.
correct.
What kind of a father is he to your children?
Él es el mejor papá que le puedo tocar a mis hijos.
He's the best dad that my children could ever have.
Él no dice son mis hijastros, él dice son mis hijos. En todos lados que vamos.
He doesn't say they're my stepchildren. He always says they're my children, wherever we go.
Siempre juega con ellos, siempre los escucha, siempre hace actividades. Siempre va a las ceremonias de los niños a la escuela.
He always plays with them. He always listens to them. He does activities with them. He goes to the children's school ceremonies.
And is he with, like that all the time with all the kids in the family?
Sí, yes,
Not just yours?
correct, correct.
I understand at this point that your daughter, Altair, has been mainly with her father, correct?
Correct. Correct.
You have to pay child support for her,
Correct. Correct.
and is that done every month?
Yes, when I can, yes.
And who's the one who's responsible for that?
Yes, yes.
Does he complain about having to do that?
No.
Now, if Jesse were to go to jail, what would that do to your family?
Sería otro año del que estamos hablando.
It would hurt us even more than what we're going to, especially for our friends.
Why I said,
Porque es el que pasa más tiempo con Jesse.
Because he's the one that spends more time with Jesse.
how old is Asiel?
8.
Does Asiel ever spend time with his real father?
No, no,
So in effect, Jesse is Asiel's father, period.
correct, correct.
Have you forgiven Jesse for what happened that day?
Yes,
No other questions?
Cross-examination?
thank you.
Since I've got some a lot of testimony about the relationship between you and Mr. Akos before, so you got together with Mr. Akos and you were with him for 5 years, is that correct?
Correct, correct,
And all that time he was in the military.
correct, correct.
And a lot of that time he was deployed, he was in combat, isn't that right?
Solo 2 años, just 2 years.
2 years straight? But he was not.
No,
So 2 years out of the 5 years, spread out time, he was away in combat.
correct, correct.
And have you had any family members or close friends that have been combat veterans before?
No, no.
It's difficult, isn't it?
A little,
You can have anger, anxiety, sleeplessness, stress.
yeah, Arco, who Arco?
Yes, Mr. Adams.
Well, I guess
Did he ever show those kind of signs with you?
No, porque él es un señor frío.
No, because he's a cold man.
He hides his emotions very well, doesn't he?
Oh, he's always been like that.
Did you know him longer? How long did you know him?
¿Quieres saber cómo empezó la relación?
Do you want to know how the relationship?
How long did you know Mr. Arcos before you got married?
Nunca nos casamos.
We never got married.
How long did you know him before you got together with him?
Pero por un acuerdo con nuestro padre.
It was through an agreement when we got together.
How long had you known him before that agreement that you got together?
About a month.
Okay. So you don't know what he was like before the army.
No,
You don't know what he was like in high school.
no.
And how soon after you got together with him, with Mr. Arcos, did you get deployed?
No lo recuerdo, pero creo que fue como 6 meses después.
I don't remember, but I think it was about 6 months after.
And either he's deployed away at combat or he's away somewhere else and he's not at home maybe half the time. Is that right?
Correcto.
Correct.
And then with Mr. Arcos, you had Altair and Haas.
Correcto.
Correct.
And isn't it true that for a time, Mr. Arcos believed that Altair was his child as well?
No,
Okay, he never believed that.
Era un acuerdo.
it was an agreement.
What was an agreement?
Cuando yo conocí al señor Astro, yo no tenía dónde vivir y él no tenía quien cuidara a sus 3 hijos.
When I met Mr. Argos, I didn't have a place to live and he didn't have anyone to take care of his 3 children.
Yo me fui a vivir a Colorado con él
I went to live to Colorado with him
para ayudarle a cuidar a sus 3 hijos
to help him take care of his 3 children,
y yo tuve un hogar.
and I had home.
And isn't it true that he only questioned whether he was Axel's father once in an argument with you over finding out that Altair wasn't his?
Sí, yes.
But it was soon after, or I guess soon before, baby Axel was born that he wasn't going to be deployed anymore, right?
No, porque se salió del barco.
No, because he left the army.
So that meant he was going to be at home with you every day.
Okay.
Correct.
And then you split. And you went with the defendant to Gonzalez.
Después de tiempo que nos separamos.
After some time after we separated.
When you were together with Mr. Arcos when baby Axel was born.
Sí. Yes.
And then you got with the defendant when Axel was about 4 months old.
5.
4 or 5.
And you testified that the defendant with your children has been fun-loving, and affectionate. Is that right?
Correct.
As if he was their real father.
Correct.
After the shooting of Axel, Altair was granted custody by the court to Mr. Adams. Correct?
Correct.
Correct. And as part of that agreement, you are required to pay child support of $200 a month.
Sí, apenas el año pasado.
They
Yes,
just want-
that was this last year.
Okay. But you stated that it's not always paid, right? You're in arrears in child support.
Correct. Correct. But also, Mr. Agro. Oh. Oh,
Okay. Okay. And after this happened, at the funeral for Axel, didn't the defendant's family make it so hard for Mr. Axel and his family that they had to leave?
no, y tengo pruebas. No, and I have proof.
Okay, and the police were called.
Mr. Agro contrató un
Ms.
policía.
Menchaca, and the police were called, correct?
No sé, no estaba fuera. I don't know, I would know.
And isn't it true that you deny access to Mr. Axel's grave?
No, no.
Ms. Menchaca, are you here to testify that Mr. Axel's pain is not real or it doesn't matter because of his personality or because he owes child support in Colorado?
No, no.
I pass it.
Further questions?
Mr. Anglo has brought up the funeral of Axel.
Correct.
Do you remember that day?
Yes,
Okay, and was your family excluding Mr. Arcos from the funeral?
correct. No, pardon? No, I'm sorry.
Was your family excluding Mr. Arcos from the funeral?
No, mi familia no. No, not my family.
Okay, did special arrangements have to be made for that funeral?
Sí, yes.
Please tell us what arrangements had to be made.
La funeraria decidió que el día del entierro, la familia de ambos iba a ir primero y luego después íbamos a ir nosotros. En la hora del entierro de niños no dejaron entrar a nadie más que a mí, al señor Arcos y a los niños. The funeral home decided the day of the funeral that Arcos, Mr. Arcos' family was just one celebration. Maybe approach.
Okay. Let me. Miss Lynette, would you come up here?
It's involved in translation, so you hear what the conclusion is like.
This interpreter correction on the record. The day of the burial, the funeral home decided that Mr. Arcos' family was going to go in first, and at the end, when the burial was happening, only me, Mr. Arcos, and the children were allowed.
Do you have any idea why the funeral home decided to split the family's time the day of the burial?
Yes.
Please explain.
Cuando yo llegué a la funeraria, la familia del señor Arcos estaba ahí.
When I arrived at the funeral home, Mr. Arcos' family was already there.
Cuando entré a la funeraria con mi familia, el señor Arcos empezó a gritar.
When I came in to the funeral home with my family, Mr. Arcos started screaming.
Las tías de él vinieron a pegarme y me empezaron a gritar, ahí está tu trofeo.
His aunts tried to hit me and they started yelling at me, "There's your trophy."
Se referían al bebé.
They meant the baby.
Yo estuve todo el tiempo parada en la puerta para dejar que toda la familia del señor Arcos se pudieran despedir del bebé.
I was standing by the door the whole time to let all of Mr. Arcos' family say bye to the baby.
Cuando yo me arrimé a ver a mi bebé,
And when I went close to see the baby,
Mr. Arcos decidió también arrimarse.
Mr. Arcos decided to get close as well.
Y mientras nosotros estábamos ahí,
And while we were there,
hubo un pleito entre familias afuera.
there was a argument between the families outside.
Fue cuando el oficial decidió separar a las familias al día siguiente.
That's when the officer decided to separate the families the following day.
No nos dejaban entrar no dejaban a nadie entrar al entierro,
They didn't let anyone go in for the burial
porque el señor Arcos llegó enojado
because Mr. Arcos got there mad, angry,
porque la funeraria
because the funeral home
no dejó que entraran los niños.
didn't let the beings come in.
Estaba gritando diciendo que eran los invitados.
He was yelling, saying that he had invited them.
Sustain. Wait for the question, please.
I know that this is all very difficult for you, including the night, especially the night that this happened. We made a phone call to Mr. Arcos that night. Can you please tell us what you told him?
Overrule.
Cuando yo hablé a Mr. Arcos, le dije que el niño había fallecido por un accidente.
Yes, when I told Mr. Argos, I told him that the boy had passed away because of an accident.
Él me dijo que dónde estaba para ir por mí.
He asked me where I was so he could come go pick me up.
Yo le dije que
And I said no.
His concern when you told him was more to go and pick you up.
Okay, approach your bench, please, counsel.
Then Chaka. Has Mr. Gonzalez ever treated you with no respect?
Never.
What would your life be like if it was taken in jail?
Never see.
And for your children?
Igual.
The same.
Yo no creo que toca vivir estar para mi bebé.
I just want this to end and for my baby to rest in peace.
No other questions, John?
Okay, the witness can stand down. Members of the jury, let's go ahead and take about a 15-minute break.
All right, the jury.
Your next witness is Mr. Perez. Will they require
No, Your Honor.
interpreter?
Require the interpreter.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Lynette. Thank you very much. All right, let's take a 15-minute break. Okay, we're ready for the jury. All right, for the jury. Please take your seats. We're back on the record at this time. You may proceed, Mr. Pettis.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record.
Good morning, my name is Melissa Gates, and I'm a supervision officer with pretrial services.
You're in El Paso County.
Yes,
And Ms. Gates, do you know the gentleman seated here at council table?
I do.
Can you please identify him?
He is my, I supervise him. He is Jesse David Gonzalez.
And when you say you supervise him, is that while he is out on conditions of bond?
That is correct, yes.
Is he required to live with rules while he is under your supervision?
Correct, yes.
Can you please tell us what some of those rules are?
He has to report to me on a bi-monthly basis every 2 weeks. He is not supposed to commit any new offenses. He is not supposed to consume alcohol or consume any illegal drugs. He is also not supposed to have any contact with the complaining witness and the family. He is also not supposed to have contact with any minor children, unsupervised contact with any minor children.
And how long have you been supervising him?
I have been supervising him since January of this year. 2023.
Okay, and did you assume the file in his case?
I did, yes.
And part of that file, did you have his supervision history?
I did, yes.
Okay. During the time that he's been supervised, how long has that been?
He has been supervised since July 2nd of 2020. About 2.5 years.
Did he have a curfew?
He did not have a jury.
Was he prohibited from leaving the county? Or from leaving the area?
Yes, he was prohibited from leaving without the court's permission.
Okay, so he had to get court permission to be left anywhere outside of El Paso.
Correct, yes.
During the time that he has been under supervision, he has been compliant.
He has been confined, yes.
Has there been any problems with this gentleman with respect to his supervision?
None at all.
No other questions?
Your witness. Okay, you may step down, ma'am. You're excused. Thank you.
Your Honor.
I believe I already gave you the oath, correct? Yes. All right. Okay, pull the microphone up close to you, please. Yeah, you need to speak up. Sounds like you have a soft voice, but if you speak right in there loud enough, then we're going to be good. All right, go ahead, Mr. Pettis.
Please state your name for the record.
Is there another one?
And Ms. Gonzalez, do you know the gentleman seated at council table?
Yes.
Can you please tell us how you know him
He is my cousin.
and his name?
Jesus David Gonzalez.
How long have you known
So, very, once, 1 and 5 years. I can remember.
him? Okay, and Mr. Gonzalez, are you involved with any charitable organization?
Yes.
Please tell us the name of the organization.
So
And can you please describe for us what the activities of that organization are?
it is a group of caballeros, cavalrymen that gather together to do it for toys.
when it comes to, I'm sorry. When it comes to delivering toys for kids during Christmas, we do it for all those that are in need. So I am from a very small town called Fort King, Texas, right across the border. And those are the most needing kids. Some of them are very unfortunate that do not get to have a toy because agriculture is the main industry there. So we coordinate with the schools there, and whatever toys are left, we do deliver them to the Mexican site, which is in Borrelli and in Paso, which is where our parents were born and raised.
Okay. And are you part of the Christmas trails for toys, or is that some another,
It's the same thing.
but is it another group?
It's another group.
And are you involved with your cousin Jesse, involved with the Dorados of the Via?
I'm sorry?
Are you involved with your cousin with the Dorados?
Yes,
The Via?
yes.
What does your cousin do for that organization?
So he is the vice president. He coordinates with anybody that he thinks that are in need of toys and do the toy drives. So, I just serve as far as for the working community, as a coordinator, just for the working, but he does all that throughout the community.
When you say throughout the community, what are we talking about?
We're talking about Paso, Anthony, Davis, Tremillo, the whole community.
Okay, and I guess the toys have been distributed during Christmas time, right?
Yeah.
When are they gathered? Before?
So they are gathered throughout before, I would say, in 2 or 3 months. We'll start doing these events. It's kind of like, when we do the car shows, that you go in and give it away to a check. That's how we are able to collect these, toys, also do donations. We do put out posters, from different areas to see if anybody wants to donate.
Okay, he's the vice president of that organization?
Yeah.
And he's involved with the, I guess, giving people their duties and helping to gather all of that.
So he coordinates, who's gonna be in charge of what plays and what time, and then distribute it.
Okay, but you're part of the Fort King contract group.
Yes.
Okay.
And
And then I guess whatever's left over, as you said, then it goes into Fort Benny.
it goes to El Faro, the community of El Faro, that is, in Mexico, and then in Puerto Rico is the border town that is with Puerto
I appreciate that. Annoying. No other questions, John?
Okay, any across?
No questions, John.
Very well. You may step down now. Have a seat. Members of the jury, this witness has already been placed under oath. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you please state your name for the record?
Kevin Wilson,
Mr. Wilson, can you please tell us where you work, where you live?
I live in El Paso. My company is EPX Construction.
And you're the owner of EPX Construction?
I am not, you heard from him earlier. I am the senior project manager,
So you're essentially the person who boots in the ground now.
boots in the ground.
Okay, and do you have hands-on observations of some of your subcontractors?
Considerable. In fact, that's one of my primary responsibilities, is to make sure everybody's places doing what they're supposed to
Do you know the gentleman seated here, council table?
do. I do.
Can you please tell us his name and how you know him?
It's Jesse Gonzalez. He's the owner of Black's Welding. He's my subcontractor. He is my steel director. And I'm very,
That's what?
that's a close friend.
Okay. And so you work with him.
I do.
Does he have employees?
He does,
Have you seen him in his interactions with his employee?
on a daily basis, yes.
How is he with his employee?
He is solid. He is a leader, and I'm saying this from experience, considerable experience. He differentiates himself as a, not just an owner, but he says he's a compatriot. And his men are important to him. He values them, he values their responsibilities as men, and families, and children, and he treats everybody with respect.
Okay. Do you have any contact with him outside of the workplace?
Not on a personal level, but I will add that on many occasions, he and I are on the phone late at night trying to work out problems. Weekends too.
Problems?
Problems with the project that we're working. on. Very good.
So he's a hard worker as well.
Incredibly hard.
Do you think, can you tell us if you think the community would be better served with him outside or incarcerated?
That's an easy one. I think the greater good of the citizens of El Paso, so really, is to see this man continue in his role as a father, as a husband, as a boss, businessman, and as a contributor on a personal level on many things beneficial for others. I guess charity work. So I think principally, it breaks my heart, but I think what it's been.
Cross-examination.
Good question, Judge. Mr. Wilson. Good morning. So you are the senior project manager for EPX Construction Clipper,
That's correct.
and you know that Mr. Gonzalez, your subcontractors. And you consider him a close friend.
I do know, I regard our business relationship.
Okay, in your business relationship, so you testify that you will often find yourself on the phone working out problems with business related things, so nice and things.
I have, and usually for the sounds of it. His personality, I think he's got a few animals, and the kids in the background.
Sure. So how long have you known Mr. Gonzalez in this capacity?
Not quite 2 years.
About 2 years. And do you, but you don't have a personal non-work relationship with him.
No, I did not.
So you don't spend time around his family or anything like that.
No, just on a few occasions, I do see his wife, we frequently travel together when it's on the job site, but on occasion, twice at space. But nothing.
No further questions, sir.
No other questions, Gary?
Okay, sir, you can stand down.
Yes, please.
Have a seat, sir. You're still under oath. You have a seat.
Hold the mic up to you. Mr. Gonzalez.
Yes, sir.
You own a company?
Yes, sir.
If you tell the jury, what's the name of that company?
My business is called Black Folding Foundation.
How many employees do you have?
I have including me and say,
So you have 7 people who work under you?
yes, sir.
And as you said, as we've heard, you're the boss of these 7 employees,
Yes, sir. That's correct.
and you're a subcontractor for who?
For UPX Construction, I've worked with many general constructions. Like I said, we've been on government jobs as well, Paso Independent School District as well.
Okay, and tell me again, where'd you go to school?
My high school was in Socorro High School. I completed all my education through high school. And then I continued going to the Western Technical College, which I got my bachelor's as well.
What is the bachelor's in welding do?
Bachelor's in welding, pretty much it certifies you. They do different types of testing to where just to make sure that your welding is greatly bonded, greatly penetrated. And that's for strengths and obviously for loads that are going to be applied to metals in the future.
Okay, and have you lived in the El Paso community your whole life, or have you lived anywhere else?
Yes, sir. I've been living in Socorro my whole life.
Have you ever been convicted of a felony in the state of Texas?
No, sorry.
Have you ever been convicted of a felony anywhere?
No, sorry.
Mr. Gonzalez, we've already heard a lot of testimony about what happened in this case, and I know that Axel will tell us what he meant to you.
He was my son. As of today's day, constantly is going to continue on the viewers to my life. I mean, every year, I've already told you, I can switch places between any given day concerning the world. It's been so devastating, it's not going to go away. I understand. It's very.
Defendants Exhibit 19. Is that typical for you and Axel?
Yes, sir.
You see other family members there. What would you say your primary role is in life?
Role in life is I just want to live try and have my family live a normal life. My kids try to. I consider them my kids. They've been around me. I want to see them grow. That's why I try to make sure that every day I'm being out. And I just want to be a father. I never had kids of my own. And that's too upset. With all of them, but he meant a lot because he was a baby.
Defendants Exhibit 11, is that typical for you and the kids?
Yes, sir, it is. So, give them support because it hasn't been started.
Replacement community supervision, would you abide by all the rules?
Yes, sir.
It's not the question.
Cross-examination. All right, you may step down.
You.
Next witness, please, Mr. Pettis.
We have rest in the morning.
Defense rest.
Yes, Your Honor.
State any rebuttal.
No, Your Honor, stay close.
Okay, defense.
Close, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the evidence has been concluded in this case. Let's see. It becomes my duty again to prepare the court charge regarding the punishment portion of the trial. I have to get with attorneys outside your presence to do that. It's getting on 11. It's probably too early to go to lunch right now, but let me talk to them and see how long it's going to take. I don't want you waiting around as much as possible. If I can send you early to lunch and come back and start early, then let me explore it. doing that. Okay, so let's take a break.
All rise to adjourn.
Okay. All right, the evidence has been concluded. Now we got to prepare the court charge, and I did receive, Mr. Arango, your proposed charge. I guess the only thing that needs to be excluded from that is the Fifth Amendment paragraph, failure to testify. Have you had a chance to look at it, Mr. Pettis? Yeah. That's the only thing I see that needs to be taken out of there. It's third-degree felony based upon the indictment and the verdict of the jury. Okay.
Looks pretty much like.
Okay, let me go ahead if I don't know. Yeah, look at the verdict form, make sure it. Okay, Mr. Arango, if you would adjust it, just take out the failure to testify portion of it. And then resend it so that Linda can make copies for everybody,
Yes, Your
please.
I don't see that they can ask for exhibits in the instructions.
Can't say I have seen too many jury charges that require that. If you're asking they have it, I'll just have the bailiff take the exhibits back to them.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just, without having them to ask, I'll just
Okay.
tell them to take them all back. Yeah. Okay, let's let me put that together. It's 11 o'clock. How much arguments do you think you're gonna have? How much in minutes?
That's where
We y'all stay on that hour, don't you?
I'm talking.
Well, last time, no one used the full 45 minutes, so let's design it for 45. And if you miss something, then we'll talk about it. I'm just thinking about having the jury come back around 12:30. They can take an early lunch break. They can get somewhere where it won't be too crowded, and then we can come back and give us time to get something to eat as well. I think, yeah, there should be plenty of time. Yeah, but I want to finish the jury charge before we excuse us. Okay,
Sure.
so let's do that.
There's also a paragraph Judge, on that same right underneath the defendant's right hand testify about the special issue. I don't think that applies in this, but I still.
What? Read it if you'd read it.
With the sole exception of the instruction in the attached special issue, defendant include an optional case of first time state. But I don't know, there's no special.
No, there's no special issue. Yeah, you can take that out. They kind of answered it already in the guilt innocence. So that's right. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. Yeah, just take that out. It's not applicable. Okay, we're going to take a brief break while Mr. Arango completes that and sends it and make copies. So if you stick around, make sure we get copies to you. I want to have the charge conference before we leave. So the defendant needs to stay for that. All right. All right, we're on break.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, we'll get on the record here in the state of Texas versus Jesse David Gonzalez. It's 2022-0D00292. After outside the presence of the jury, after the state and defense have both arrested and closed their case on the punishment portion of the trial. The court has submitted a proposed charge of the court to defense counsel and state's counsel. Mr. Pettis, have you had ample opportunity to look that over?
Yes, I have.
Okay, any objections?
Well, I just had a question. Page 3,
Page 3.
on the paragraph 4. For this, that he's placed eligible for parole. And for the actual time served equal to 1/2 of the sentence imposed for 30 years. I give it that. We can't even get close to 30 years.
Where's that? On page 3?
Three.
Oh, or 30 years. Yeah, it's straight out of the, I think we need to adjust that to.
Well, Judge, that's an act, the state would take exception to that section. That's an accurate reflection of the full books.
Well, it might be, but it's not an accurate reflection of the evidence in this case and the law in this case. The law in this case is it's 1/2 sentence because of the deadly weapon. No doubt about that. So, you know, that's going to be confusing to them. So we're going to change that to 10 years, please. Yeah, you notice that before.
Actually, Judge, that would, I don't know if that would be correct. So there would be until the actual time served is 1/2% of the control period.
Okay. Yeah,
That's fine.
yeah, that's right. One half sentence will be imposed, and then whichever is less would be struck out as well. Okay, I'll approve that change. Okay, what else, Mr. Pettis?
That was all, Your Honor.
Any further objections to it then? Yeah, any, okay. All right, state, any objections? All right. Then the court charge, as I have altered, to take out on page 3, under paragraph 4, we will delete or put a period after imposed. And eliminate.
No, they're just discussing between them, like misspelling, and all of that, because everything has to be to the, like, not one more letter or less. Yes. That's what we were talking about.
Okay, and just, yeah, or years, or 30 years, whichever's less will be struck out. All right. And with that, I'll certify the charge or sign it and read it before the jury when we come back from lunch. Is there anything to take up before we break for lunch this time? Okay, see you at 12:30. Oh, let me see. I think it looks like everybody's logged in. They've been admitted. We're ready to go. All right, bring jury in, please. Oh, yes. Hmm. Any objections? I mean,
From the Zoom, Your Honor, because we have them in separate rooms.
yeah, no, that's fine. No, that's fine. And I see that Mr. Pettis's office is on and Ledma, which I guess is the investigators for y'all's office, DA's office is on. So yes, the witnesses are released from the room.
We're gonna have a podium or we're gonna.
Yeah, man, let's just grab it.
Sure, go ahead. Okay, bring the jury in, please.
Please remain standing for the jury.
Everyone may take their seats. Good afternoon. We're here in the state of Texas versus Jesse David Gonzalez. It's cause number 2022-0D00292. It's the jury charge regarding punishment. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, by your verdict returned in this case, you found the defendant Jesse David Gonzalez guilty of criminally negligent homicide, the lesser included offense. The matter of the amount of punishment is now referred to you. You are re-instructed as follows. Our law provides that the punishment for criminally negligent homicide shall be by confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for not less than 2 years, nor more than 10 years. In addition thereto, a fine not to exceed $10,000 may be assessed. That's indicated on verdict form A. The defendant has asked that you recommend he be granted community supervision. You may, in this case, be able to recommend that the confinement assessed by you, any fine assessed by you, or both be suspended and the defendant placed on community supervision. Community supervision is often called probation. The two terms mean the same thing. If the defendant is placed on community supervision, the defendant will not be required during the period of community supervision to serve the period of confinement assessed by you. If you assess a fine and recommend that the fine be suspended, the defendant will not be required during the period of community supervision to pay that fine. If the defendant successfully completes the period of community supervision, the court will discharge the defendant. A defendant so discharged will never have to serve the confinement assessed by you or pay any fine that you've recommended to be suspended. During the period of community supervision, conditions will be imposed on the defendant, and the defendant will be placed under a variety of programs. If the defendant is believed to have violated the conditions of community supervision, the defendant will be brought before the court. The court, after hearing without a jury, will either continue or revoke the community supervision. If the court revokes the community supervision, the court will dispose of the case as if there had been no community supervision. It will sentence the defendant to a term of confinement not exceeding the term assessed by the jury, by this jury. It may also require the defendant to pay any fine assessed by this jury that the jury recommended be suspended. The duration of the period of community supervision will be determined by the court. It may not be for a period of longer than 10 years. If you recommend the defendant be placed on community supervision, the court must grant the defendant community supervision. In addition, if the defendant is granted community supervision, the court may impose any other reasonable condition that is designed to protect or restore the community, protect or restore the victim, or punish, rehabilitate, or restore the defendant. The conditions that the court may impose include, but are not limited to, the following: commit no offense against the laws of this state or of any state or of the United States. Avoid injurious or vicious habits. Avoid persons or places of disreputable or harmful character. Report to the community supervision officer as directed by the judge or community supervision officer, and obey all rules and regulations of the community supervision department. Permit the community supervision officer to visit him at his home or elsewhere. Work faithfully at suitable employment as far as possible. Remain within a specified place. Pay the fine if one be assessed, and all court costs, and make restitution or reparation in any sum that the court shall determine. Support dependents. Participate in any community-based program ordered by the court, to include, if appropriate, counseling for substance abuse, or participate in substance abuse treatment services. Remain under custodian supervision in a community correction facility, and obey all rules and regulations of such facility. Submit to testing for alcohol or controlled substance. If the defendant is placed on community supervision, the court will determine what conditions to impose on the defendant. During the period of community supervision, the court may, at any time, alter or modify the conditions imposed on the defendant. You may recommend that the defendant be placed on community supervision only if both of two requirements are met. One, the punishment you have assessed is not more than 10 years confinement, and you find the defendant has never been convicted of a felony in this or any other state. If you decide to recommend that the defendant be placed on community supervision, you should indicate whether you recommend supervision of the term of confinement, any fine, or both. If you decide not to recommend that the court suspend the sentence and place the defendant on community supervision, you should use the verdict form that does not recommend community supervision. You are therefore to determine and state in your verdict, one, determine prison to be imposed on the defendant for no less than 2 years and no more than 10 years, or two, determine prison to be imposed on the defendant for no less than 2 years and no more than 10 years, and a fine of no more than $10,000. Whether you choose to suspend the above sentence in less than 10 years and place the defendant on community supervision. Under the laws applicable in this case, the defendant is sentenced to a term of imprisonment. He will not become eligible for parole until the actual time served equals 1/2 of the sentence imposed. Eligibility for parole does not guarantee that parole will be granted. It cannot accurately be predicted how the parole law might be applied to this defendant if he is sentenced to a term of imprisonment, because the application of these laws will depend on decisions made by prison and parole authorities. You may consider the existence of the parole law. However, you are not to consider the manner in which the parole law may be applied to this particular defendant. You are further instructed that in fixing the defendant's punishment, which you will show in your verdict, you may take into consideration all the facts shown by the evidence admitted before you in the full trial of this case and the law as submitted to you in this charge. You are not to discuss among yourselves how long the accused would be required to serve in the sentence that you impose. Such matters come within the exclusive jurisdiction of the Board of Pardons and Paroles Division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice and the governor of the state of Texas, and must not be considered by you. Your verdict must be by a unanimous vote of all members of the jury. In arriving at the amount of punishment to be assessed, it will not be proper for you to fix the same by lot, chance, or any system of averages or any other method than by a full, fair, and free exercise of the opinion of the individual jurors. And you must not refer to nor discuss any matter not in evidence before you. You are the exclusive judges of the facts proved, of the credibility of the witnesses, and of the weight to be given their testimony, but you are bound to receive the law from the court which has been given you. No one has any authority to communicate with you except the officer who has you in charge. During your deliberations, in this case, you must not consider, discuss, or relate any matters not in evidence before you. You should not consider or mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected to this case which is not shown by the evidence. After you reach a unanimous verdict, the presiding juror will certify thereto by using the appropriate form attached to this charge and signing the same as presiding juror. Manner of deliberations: in order to return a verdict, each juror must agree thereto. Jurors have a duty to consult with one another to deliberate with a view of reaching an agreement if it can be done without abrogating individual judgment. Each juror must decide the case for themselves, but only after an impartial consideration of the evidence with their fellow jurors. In the course of deliberations, a juror should not hesitate to re-examine their own views and change their opinion if convinced it is erroneous. No juror should surrender their honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence only because of the opinion of fellow jurors, or for the mere purpose of returning a verdict. In arriving at your verdict, it would not be proper to fix the same by lot, chance, or any other method than by full, fair, and free exercise of the opinion of the individual jurors under the evidence admitted before you. Do not let bias or prejudice play any part in your deliberations. These instructions are given to you because your conduct is subject to review, the same as that of witnesses, parties, attorneys, and the judge. If it should be found that you disregarded any of these instructions, it will be jury misconduct, and it may require another trial by another jury. Then all of our time will have been wasted. The presiding juror or any other juror who observes a violation of the court's instructions shall immediately warn the one who is violating the same and caution the juror not to do so again. After you arrive at your verdict, you will notify the bailiff that you've reached your verdict, signed by the presiding judge. The next 2 pages, members of the jury, are the verdict forms. Verdict form A is in the event that you do not recommend community supervision. Verdict form B is to be filled out if you recommend community supervision. Okay, so only one of these will be filled out, either A or B. State, you may proceed.
I know for confidently speak for building this room, it's been a long. It's for everybody. And the board that we do this, I'm like, well, again, for the attention throughout this entire time. And consideration. I know it's been challenging and so we appreciate the great service that you're doing for our community because it is a great service. So thank you. Right now, I'm going to go through the charge. And I know that this looks familiar, informed because it is. You've seen something like this before when you were considering the guilt innocence case. And like the charge that you see from guilt innocence, this contains a lot of legal terminology that's meant to help you, but I'd like to just go through it and kind of a little bit. Because I think that there might be some helpful advice that I can give. So as we discussed in board diary, if you'll remember back to what seems like probably an age ago, we talked a little bit about punishment ranges in this case, and we found Mr. Gonzalez guilty of criminal and negligent homicide, punishment ranges 2 to 10 years in prison and up to a $10,000. Simple enough. In considering the sentence that you're ultimately going to hand down, I think it's important to remind you that you can consider all of the evidence that you have seen up until this point, including the stuff from the guilt innocence. And when you go back into that room back there to deliberate your sentence, you may ask Baylor to bring the evidence with you if he doesn't bring it back if you it's automatically. But I would encourage you all in considering what is ultimately, I think, the most important part of this trial. I think it could be important to review all the evidence in this case, and although I know some of it, a lot of it is difficult to do. But this is the end of the road. Right? This is the punishment phase. This is what gives your verdict meaning, and it needs to be considered very carefully. Now, if you'll go through here, page 2 is the terms and conditions of probation. These are a lot of these are standard terms. I'm not going to go through them in depth right now because I know that welcome. Some of these are mandatory. There are also going to be discretionary terms of probation that the court may add if you recommend the sentence to be suspended and prohibited place on probation. Any kind of discretionary conditions are not up to us, they're up to the court. On page 3 is the law regarding the punishment range we've already discussed, 2 to 10 years in prison. The law does not allow us to, or does not allow the jury to include or to sentence someone to both prison and probation. It's got to be one or the other. The court, as you'll see on verdict form that's been explained, will issue if the jury does recommend it's turned to be sentenced, ultimately the amount of the probation and the probated sentence is going to be left. And I think that's something else that's important to consider. And when you go into section 4, this is the parole law. If you find the defendant should be sent to prison, you will see goes to prison. That is, you don't have to worry about terms of probation. If he goes to prison, he will be eligible for parole after he has served half of the sentence. That's not a guarantee, but he becomes eligible. He has to serve at least half. In this case, or at least half of the sentence that we give. But ultimately, I think it's important because I think a lot of people, whose goal is not up to us here at the trial. If he is sentenced to prison, then the whole board wants to be different sentence. That's not something we have any control over after a prison sentence is been. And finally, I would just stress again that you should consider all the evidence in this case, because what we're talking about, the death of a child because of the defendant's negligence with the gun, is a serious case. And I don't think anybody here disagrees with that. But I think it's very important that you carefully consider everything that you've seen in there. You don't have to check your common sense of it. But please, you go over everything if you have a chance and think about what the punishment is going to mean to victims, their families, and the community at large. Because what happens here really doesn't happen. And it's not a decision that I think any of you would take part in, but it is something that I think you should carefully consider. I'm going to turn things over to closing counsel.
Chris?
This point we're here because a decision was made that the accident that happened in this case was criminally. Now you're here to decide what justice is going to require. Perhaps going to be an incredibly difficult decision. The prosecution is asking you to consider the sentence. I am too, but I want you to also consider he has a consequence already. The finding of criminal negligence. Mr. Gonzalez is forever going to be a felon. He forever bears the mark of felon. He carries that mark with him forever. I know that you were asked to consider who and what is just for the victim. The victims are not the only people that the state put on. It's not just dad. Mom is a victim. Mom lost her son. Mom lost her son in her presence. Not only did mom lose her son. This man lost his. As mom said, that picture, like they say, Chinese say, picture speaks 1,000 words. You heard mom say, you will put baby to sleep. We're not here about somebody intentionally causing a death. Consider and remember what that evidence was. When I talked to you earlier, I couldn't remember the name of the movie, but it was Final Destination, where all sorts of freak things would happen and people would end up dying. And I submit to you what happened in this case was an accident. I don't think anybody says that it was intentional. To think that that bullet hit the place on that bedpost and then take a turn and go and hit a child was just, it's mind-boggling. Then we hear the testimony of what happens in the hospital, which I can't believe either, that the child is already sutured
Yet he's gonna go into surgery. That didn't make any sense. Mom said that they had her signing forms, that they were gonna release him. And the next thing she knows, they're coming in and telling her the child didn't respond to the medication. And that just bugs me to no end. But I saw it, and it's horrible to see the tragedy as it unfolds, the child crying. But at the same time, he's crying. He's bleeding. You hear the EMS people say that the child is, he's responding to them. And then what happens to the hospital? I don't know. But it seems it's very clear. Child was hit by a ricochet. Now, you made a determination that this gentleman is criminally responsible for not taking better care of his firearm. That's a decision that needs to be made. We made that decision. But now we're going to decide, what are we going to do with this tragedy? And I think every one of us believe this was a tragedy. What is going to be the appropriate response now? And I submit to you, your job right now is to go back and you're going to look for justice, not vengeance. What is a just consequence for having found this man and labeling him a felon? What is going to be that consequence? You heard a son's dad, his biological father, which I think is probably more appropriate given the testimony that you heard. Once you heard all the testimony, because you heard his mom testify. You heard his mom testify that, and you heard Mr. Arcos testify, and you heard him say when he was asked, isn't it true that you were saying the child isn't even yours? And his response was staggering. 8-15. We want to ask for the benefit, but yes or no? And then we hear one testimony, we hear his mom testify, and he's saying, there were times when he said, that's not my son. Where he didn't really want to be with him. And when you ask the marriage, well, who was Jesse to Arco? I mean, to Axel, and you heard it very clear. He was a father to my son. I don't know a lot of dads to take the time to put their babies to sleep. Not just the father to this child, but to all of them. You're going to decide what's going to happen to this father. We had a tragedy already. We're going to pile one tragedy upon another tragedy. Are we going to take away the kid's father now? Kids lost their brother, now they're going to lose their father. The marriage lost a child, was now she's going to lose a husband. The workers, are they maybe going to lose their job, lose their boss? The community going to lose a person who has been actively involved with charitable works in the community. Way before anything happened in this case, and this case has nothing to do with the involvement in the community. You've heard from people who came in and testify, this man is salt of the earth. He is a good person. He's a hard worker, and he's a family man. A tragic accident befell him, and you made a determination that he was criminally negligent, and perhaps in that split second he was criminally negligent. but not what's going to be the consequence. What are we going, and what are you going to do with this? The judge giving you a lot of instruction. An important one is that your decision is unanimous. That we must have complete agreement with respect to what is appropriate in this. Another instruction is very important in control side. And I'll repeat it to you because the judge read it to you, but I'm going to read it again. That no juror should surrender their honest conviction as to the weight or effect of the evidence only because of the opinion of a juror or for the purpose of returning a verdict. You're collectively a jury, but you are also individual jurors, and you shouldn't give up your convictions if you really believe in them. If you believe in them, hold on to them. And I don't know what's going to happen back there, but there may be somebody over there in that room who's going to say, I want 10 years, I don't care. He needs to go to prison, period. There may be other people in that room who say, no, we're not going to compound the tragedy that happened with another tragedy. I'm not going to have Mother Damaris lose a husband. I'm not going to have those children who appear to love their father so much now lose their father. That I believe that community supervision is appropriate. If that's your conviction, hold on to it. Don't give in just because others are pressured. The conviction as to what happens back there must be, the decision must be unanimous. And I'm asking you for community supervision. Now we heard in jury selection, we heard one of your fellow jurors was talking. He's kind of funny, he's the guy who was talking a lot. But he said, and community service is no cakewalk. He said probation is no cakewalk. And he was even saying sometimes that he'd rather be on probation than being in jail. I mean, being in jail instead of being in probation, but I don't know why. He was a character, but in any event, he spoke the truth. The judge is going to give you a bunch of conditions as to what community supervision means. Community supervision, in a very real sense, helps ensure the safety of the community. Your verdict, if you're concerned about this gentleman handling a firearm, your verdict ensures that he will never be able to handle and own a firearm because he is not a felon. As a convicted felon, he is to have a firearm, even in his possession. It's an offense punishable by prison.
I object to the thing of a lot.
Overrule.
At that point, he's not looking at only state problems, he's also looking at federal problems. But your decision to find him criminally negligent ensures that he will never be able to own a firearm. Other conditions. Of course, he's to commit no other offenses. He's supposed to be under the supervision of the state. They're going to make sure that he doesn't drink or he avoid injurious or vicious habits. They can have community supervision, people visit his home to make sure that nothing inappropriate is happening there. They could have him remain in a specified place, that he can't be running around and just moving forever. One of the conditions here, which is possibly pay a fine. That he had to pay a monetary penalty for what? And I draw your attention to K, which he could remain under custodian supervision in a community correction facility and obey all rules and regulations. In other words, in plain speak, lawyers call that. They could give him jail time as a condition of probation. Just because you don't send him to prison. If the judge feels that that was appropriate, then the judge could force this man to walk the straight and narrow path, and if he deviates 1 foot, I'm ordering you to do some community confinement, 47 prison or jail. That is all within the realms of community supervision. It is not a law. I'm asking you to consider community supervision. And the reason I ask you for the community supervision is so that we don't see one tragedy piled upon another tragedy. The Marisol Chaka lost her son. I don't want her now to lose her husband. We've seen pictures, those pictures speak 1,000 words of potential father did. What's going to happen when the Maris has to go home and the kids are asking for his daddy? And daddy doesn't go home. Daddy. What is served by that? Does that serve justice? Or does that serve? You heard the dad used to argue with the biological father and says that he wants him in prison, he wants him dead. But that's the man who he made it sound like he was the Mr. Wonderful Father, and we find out differently. He made it sound like, oh, that's my precious son, and we find out that he was saying that's not even my son. And when he was called the night of the accident, his response was, I'm going to go pick him. And her response was, no. And I submit to you what we have. That, in a nutshell, is motor vehicles working. At that moment, Mr. Arthur decided he's not coming with me. If I can't have her, nobody. If I can't have her, I'm going to have my way. Even though it's a child that I've already said it's not my child. As a father, who amongst us would ever say that? You say, that's not. Ever. Under any circumstance, why would you say that? And I submit to you, it's a reflection of what this truth means. And as she told me, he really wouldn't come to take the child. They would make him available, but he really wasn't exercising that way. It wasn't like it was being prohibited. And she told me, even up to the point of the accident, he still wanted her back. His response that night, he made it sound like it was like, oh, so devastating. The devastating thing to him is that he thought, here's what's next, I'm going to get her back. He calls and says, I'm coming for you. And she says, no, you're not.
And that's when he's angered. Because he realized, I can't get her back now. Now he's seeking me. Now, part of criminal deliberations is make findings beyond a reasonable doubt. And I probably should have hit on this harder during the guilt innocence phase. In Texas, beyond a reasonable doubt is never defined. They leave it up to the jury. I do most of my practice in federal court, and they have an instruction, which you don't have to follow if you don't want to, because you're not required to, because it's not the law in the state. But the federal government uses the term beyond a reasonable doubt, means the kind of doubt which would cause you to hesitate in the most important of your own. Not to stop, the kind of doubt that would cause you to hesitate in the most important of your own affairs. What is the most important thing in almost all of our lives? What is the most important thing in our own personal affairs? I submit to you, it's our family. If you had a family member who was accused of circumstances such as what we're seeing now, how much all of you get? But there be hesitant. Going to say that. So there's kind of a doubt which would cause you to hesitate, the most important of your own. Now, if you're going to send this man to prison, I ask each one of you to think, is there a doubt in my mind as to whether I should do that? Because if there is, then you shouldn't do it. Be carefully about it. The kind of doubt that will cause me to hesitate the most important of my own affairs, and that I should hold on to my honest conviction and not give in. If that is my belief and it is my firm belief, you're not obligated to give in. You can hold on to that firm belief. I asked you, look at those pictures. To me, they were shocking that the officers who went in there to investigate and make a determination to the truth of what happened. He didn't think it was that important. He didn't really notice. But when you look at the pictures that, thank God, my client's sister was able to go and notice it. And she noticed it, she's not trying. It's the elephant in the room, just like, how can you not notice that? And you see the bullet hole, and you see how that bullet enters and then turns and exits and goes off in a different direction. The prosecution told me if he had been pointing the gun at the child, it's like, what are you doing? If he'd been playing with the gun like a fool, we'd have recklessness. And that would be a nice. You absolutely made a right decision to say that this was not right. Then we get to the other area of negligence, not negligence. Well, I can understand that a jury's going to look at that and come up with different factors and say, well, maybe he should have unloaded the guns before the penalty even got into before the mercy was being great. Maybe he was negligent not doing that. Loading the gun perhaps was what his father thought. You know, I don't know what you made that decision. And that decision already respects it. Already has severe consequences. He's a felon. He's a felon. But what I want you to absolutely take into consideration. Think of the victims and think of the marriage. And she told me she thought that he was responsible for what had happened. She wouldn't have let it go. She would. She wanted it. She wouldn't. But she's a victim. Other victims, the children, their sibling, their brother. They lost their brother. But if you send this man to prison, those children are going to now lose their father. It's not going to be in their life. The marriage is not going to have her husband. Not going to have their boss for all the levels people are not going to lose their job. But the community also needs to be salt of the world for somebody to do her on his own, different organizations where he collects toys for kids that don't have what others have, and he helps distribute them, he distributes them in poor communities, in the Fort Hancock area, in the Socorro area. And if they have things left over, they take them into Mexico. And he was doing this not because he wanted to make himself look good in front of the jury. He was doing these things before this tragedy ever came to It's an accident. This is a horrible accident. And it's tragic. And I'm begging you and asking you, please don't compound tragedy with tragedy. If you wanted to send a message for people to be careful with guns, you sent one. People should know that if you're going to be with a gun, you better be careful, or you're going to be labeled a felon. And you're not going to have a right to have a gun ever again. That's a consequence. And it sends a message. Now we get down to the nitty-gritty. What is the appropriate punishment? The community supervision, not a cakewalk, we heard that early on in this case. It has its difficulties. And if there's a concern of the community, now the community has binoculars, they have eyes on somebody to make sure if there's any concerns that this person is a danger to the community, he's under supervision. If he runs astray of the law, he can be placed in prison for violating this duty. But please, when you go back and find a community supervision for. Don't compound tragedy upon tragedy. The start with that is bound to flesh. This man is going to be punished. He's going to punish himself for the rest of his life. He does already. When you look at these, when you go back there and just say, and you saw him, and you can't get the info and start crying. Or hold on to your conviction. Do what is just in this. And each one of you again, everything is an individual. And yes, we can try to convince each other, and yes, you'll have discussions, and yes, we'll have debates. But if you have a conviction that you want to make sure that you hold on to your conviction, that's the thing. The supervision is the appropriate sentence.
Counsel?
Thank you, Judge.
As I said back at the very beginning of the recall of this trial, in my first opening, here was the death of Axel Gonzalez, who was 10 months old when he died. He died when Jesse David Gonzalez shot him through the head with his own hands by handling the firearm, effectiveness of the alcohol, by handling a firearm in places. Placing his finger on the trigger, by pointing his firearm in the direction of Axel Arcos and shooting him in the head. This was not an accident that fell to the defendant. It wasn't an act of God like a lightning strike or a tornado. This was a logical conclusion of the negligent actions of one man. Jesse Gonzalez. And what is, I would ask you, what is justice here? Justice can be kind of switchy. And if you walk through the front doors of the courthouse, you'll see a statue of Lady Justice. I'm sure many of you are familiar with the imagery. It's a woman. Sometimes she's carrying a sword, she's blindfolded, and she's usually carrying a set of scales. And we use the set of scales in the justice system a lot because it very much reflects what we do. And sometimes, a lot of times, those scales are depicted with one side lower and one side higher to show imbalance. And what we do for the justice system is we try to find that balance. On the one side, we have the actions of the convicted. In this case, shooting a baby in the head is negligent. And what you're going to be doing today in punishment or the directive of deliberations is trying to determine the punishment, the consequence of those actions that brings the scale back in balance. And I'm going to be upfront with you. I don't think that probation is appropriate in this case. I submit to you that 10 years in prison is justice in this case. And that anything less than 8 is a life sentence. We're feeling the big really difference. When we talk about this action and the consequences that you are going to find are appropriate, that is what gives your verdict meaning. A conviction without consequences is not justice. Your verdict must have meaning. And what does it mean to take the life of a child? Well, obviously, Axel Arcos is dead. He's not coming back. And he's dead not because of his own fault, but because of the actions of somebody else. And clearly, we have a large number of family members who are grieving. They've been going through pain and hurt, a tragic loss of one of their child. And I'm not here to minimize the pain and the loss, the grieving process that Mr. Arcos or Ms. Menchaca. You may consider who the defendant is and his relationship with his children, his relationship You can consider who you believe these people are. That is perfectly proper sentencing. But I would submit to you that it is not appropriate for certain witnesses to say that the loss of Axel Argos or Leonard Argos means less because they thought he was a good father. This trial has tended, or this part of the trial has trended into what a lot of times you see in family court, where there's a battle to see who the best dad is. That's not appropriate. And frankly, I find it offensive that we've evolved into that territory, because that's not what this case is about. This case is about the death of Axel Argos and what we're going to do about it. What does it, I mean, what does that mean? What does it mean for Axel to be gone? You saw the photo in the center of the exhibit that I published to you. Axel was sitting looking at a birthday cake for his sister that Mr. Arco sent his wife for down. Axel never even got one birthday. This is 10 years ago. Axel will never have his first birthday, and you saw the impact that had on his father and his stepmother. But what else in 10 years may sound like a long time, but think about what 10 years would have meant for Axel Argos. He'll never get to have his first or the second or his third birthday. He'll never start kindergarten. His parents will never get to have the experience, I'm sure maybe the children had, of the first time they fell in street and they cried. Their mom or their dad picked them up and dusted them off and didn't put them. They'll never get to share the joy of Axel's first words. They'll never get to have friends like his little sister had at school. He'll never get to experience any of those things. And if you look at an even larger picture, he's never going to experience many of the other life milestones that we get to experience ourselves in depression. He'll never get to have his first car. He'll never get to ask his mom or his dad about how to ask to keep the noise from out. He'll never see graduation. He'll never get to see any children or grandchildren. He'll never get to see their graduations. And when you think about, a funeral, you can go to every funeral I've been to, you'll see the whole life arrayed in photographs of all of those precious moments that we hold so dear to ourselves. Axel will never get to take another family photograph. And in fact, the last photograph that will ever be taken with me is this one. And that was not because of something he did. It's because of something that he did. When he took Axel's life, because he wasn't careful with it. So what is justice in this case? I know it's the decision. And the defense is asking for probation. And if you look in your charge, you'll see the terms and conditions of probation. That's report at certain times. He will have to refrain from alcohol, he has to keep a job, he has to avoid injurious or vicious habits, he has to support his dependents. These are basic expectations that we have of people, productive members of our community. And Mr. Arcos, or Mr. Gonzalez has no felony convictions. He was confined with his PR bond. He is got a college degree, he does business. He takes care of his family. He was already doing all of those things that he would be required to do on probation when he shot Axel Arcos. And so the idea that we can supervise him and prevent him from doing this again kind of falls flat because he was already doing those things. One of the reasons that we sentence people to prison is to restrain them, to prevent them from doing those things again. And I hope Mr. Gonzalez doesn't do something like this. I really do. But another reason that we put people in prison is as a punishment to vindicate the injury to the victims who will never get to see accident. And it's also to vindicate the community for the loss of the experience and to send a message to the community that there are consequences for being responsible for drugs, especially when it results in the death of somebody. It is unjust for this. I would submit that it is unjust for Mr. Gonzalez to walk free and to continue to enjoy being around his family when Axel will not. Again, ladies and gentlemen, moral verdict is what gives your punishment is what gives your great to me. And when someone is granted probation after taking the life of a child, criminal negligence, that is the message that sends to the community is that if they do the same thing, they might get probation. That justice. I know that this is a difficult decision, and I hope and I know that you will treat this decision with all the gravity and consideration that it deserves. And I ask that you give Mr. Gonzalez the maximum punishment in this case, not just to vindicate the family who lost their child, but to provide justice for Axel Arcos.
Members of the jury, you'll now be taken to deliberate on the punishment portion of this trial.
All rise.
Okay, we're in recess while the jury deliberates on punishment. If we got everybody's names, I'm going to send them the evidence. I'm going to go ahead and send the evidence in. We'll see y'all later. Okay. Are we ready for the jury? It was announced by the bailiffs that the jury has reached a verdict. Are we ready to bring the jury in? All right, let's bring them in.
Rise for the jury.
May be seated. Ms. Presiding Juror, has the jury reached a unanimous verdict on punishment?
Yeah.
Would you hand it to the bailiff, please? Thank you. The state of Texas versus Jesse David Gonzalez, cause number 2022-0D00292. The following is the verdict of the jury. Therefore, we, the jury, having found the defendant Jesse David Gonzalez guilty of criminal negligent homicide, the lesser included offense, assesses punishment at confinement in the institutional division of the Texas Department of Criminal Justice for a period of 5 years, and 0 is indicated for a fine. Having assessed punishment at no more than 10 years confinement, we further find that the defendant has never been convicted of a felony and recommended he be placed on community supervision. We recommend suspension, the term of confinement only. And signed by the presiding juror. Do you wish to have the jury polled?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. The verdict of the jury is accepted. Members of the jury, I want to thank you very much for your service. Your services has ended at this point. You've been very attentive. I want to thank you very much on my behalf, as well as on behalf of Judge Solis and the staff here of the 243rd. We thank you very much for your diligence, your paying attention to everything and doing your duty. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You are discharged. Now that you're discharged, you're no longer under any requirement of confidentiality. You will notice that during the trial that Judge Solis and I have told you that it's very important that you observe the instructions, that you remain confidential about things, you not talk to anybody about the case. Now that you're excused, that you're free from that requirement. That is, you can speak to people about this case if you want to. You're free to decline to do so as you wish. You're free American citizens. You no longer have any further restrictions as far as your jury duty. In that regard, you can talk to whomever you want. You can decline to do so if that's your wish. Again, thank you so much. You are excused. And all rise. Okay, be seated. Let's see, do we have someone here from the Community Supervision Department? Okay. Why don't you come up here and maybe sit in the jury box here. And your name, sir? Yeah. Ms. Robles, Ms. Robles. In addition to the regular conditions of probation, I mean, do you have anything else you want to recommend in this case? That do you know much about it? Do you need to do an assessment of?
No, Your Honor, the basic terms of his position for community service that the court might find necessary. Any classes that he might be assessed through our TAP program,
Okay,
and
but he would have to be assessed for TAP and see whether he needs anything.
he gets assessed once he gets his obligation for his probation.
Okay. Very well, then he'll undergo a TAP evaluation, and depending on what that turns out to be, he'll follow the recommendations. So that'll be part of his conditions that he undergo that. All right, have a seat. All right, Jesse David Gonzalez, based on the jury's verdict, it is accepted. Your punishment is assessed in accordance with the verdict of the jury at 5 years confinement in the penitentiary. I'm going to suspend the period of confinement as recommended by the jury. Does the state have any recommendation as far as the length of the terms of the suspension?
The state recommends suspension.
Mr. Pettis?
Understood, I wouldn't have any check with you.
Okay, then I'm going to put it for, at this time, I'm going to put it for 10 years, 5 years probated for 10. No fine was assessed. So I'm going to, at this time, just do the regular conditions of probation. Order him to do a TAP evaluation. Depending on that evaluation, he may be required to do other conditions that once they're recommended, I'll look at those. All right. All right. Is there anything else at this point? Anything else you take up?
Yes, sir. The state would request this condition of probation. No contact. Complaining, this is family in this case. One of our persons,
It's ordered. So ordered.
sorry, Your Honor.
I'm ordering that. Yes.
So.
Okay. Very well. Okay, anytime you're ready, just let me advise him of his right to appeal. The defendant has a right to appeal his conviction. If he doesn't have the funds to hire an attorney, then one could be provided for him free of charge in the event that he was indigent. Do you understand those rights, sir? Oh, yeah, community service. Let's see, the testimony was that he was part of a group that provided toys for kids. He used to do 100 hours of community service for the two charities that were mentioned during the testimony, Dorados de Villa, and the other one, I'm gonna forget what it was. But at any rate, Trails for Toys. Yes, so we need to find some way that they can give us the hours he provides to them.
Yes, sir.
That's right. Okay, I'll hear the impact statements at this time. Do you need to gather them together? Do you need some time? I'll just show this.
Can you request maybe if we have Mr. Pettis and I think maybe the jury box for the preparation?
Either that or y'all can just switch. Yeah. I'm going to sign the trial court certification, the defendant's right to appeal.
Your Honor, Is it okay if this shotgun sits in the gray box? Just to make sure that's complete separate.
Yeah, however the bailiffs feel it would provide the best security, I'm gonna. I guess he needs to sign it too. You need to write that in, like about the, or do you need to sign this right, or write in the part about community service? Oh, you already have it in, okay.
And I'll get the exact names from the defendants.
Okay. Are we ready?
Yes.
Okay. You want to have a seat there? That'd be fine. The record will not be taken down, but you may state your name and you may proceed now.
My name is Gonzalez. I'm Gonzalez and Mr. Francisco. 2020 at 3:42 a.m. Dates and time always contain to one's mind and heart. This specific one is one I will never forget. Being awakened by the most terrifying screams from my brother. Baby is dead. Baby is dead. Over and over. Like a bad art joke no one finds amusing. At the top of my lungs, trying to calm him down to ask those dreadful words recited on my ears were all about. Confusion as to where to, I'm sorry. At the top of my lungs, trying to calm him down to ask those dreadful words recited at my ears were all about. Confusion as where to go, get to accent. I arrived to confine only to find my brother Leo in such painful desperation, imploring information to no avail. I was finally able to steal a few minutes from a sheriff, only to hear a gun wound and a number. All we wanted were answers. You didn't give him an answer. You only stated he was dead. Those were your words. Jesse, I want you to hear me out on what actions you cost this family. Just know that you are in good health and alive, but Axel will never get to grow up and go to Head Start. Axel will never get to graduate from elementary, middle, or high school. Axel will never get to play sports, go to prom, drive his first car. Axel will never be able to make wishes on his birthday. Axel will never know love, get married, and have a family of his own. Axel will not be able to experience life as you have been doing as we speak. Where's your sincere apology to the real father, my brother Leo? Three months after Axel passed away, you were out celebrating Halloween. You got married. How can you sleep at night peacefully after what you did? You got bailed out because according to you, you were afraid of dying of COVID. Did it ever cross your mind what Axel was going through in his last moments? You denied Leo of spending time with his own son before passing away because you told everyone you were the dad, and that was a lie. Shame on you for blaming Leo of your mistake. I hope your conscience never lets you rest.
This court is about getting Marcel justice. He was the victim here, no one else. My brother was the best father to all his children, even though Alexa and Najel were his children. And he included all of his children and siblings together. Who cares what you are and what you have done? That is in the past. At the end of the day, my nephew is dead because of you. You, Jesse, shot my nephew. No good deed you have done will portray you as a good person. You will always carry a criminal record for the rest of your life. And 5 years is not enough. Justice for accept. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Valdez. You may step down. Thank you. Let's proceed, please. Have a seat, sir. You may proceed, sir.
Just, I want you to hear me out. You're a freaking coward. We've been here 4 days. 4 days. And not once you have said anything nor looked at me. You fled for several days like the coward that you are. And it doesn't matter what organization you belong to. Or it doesn't matter how many times you or your family threatened me to kill me. As you and your family continue to do so. And I'm still here sitting down, trying to get justice for Axel. Yes, you keep looking down. Because that's what you are. You get to walk and celebrate. You call yourself a dad. A dad would always admit to mistakes, and you haven't. You call yourself an expert in weapons, and you failed. You continue to run around on the streets here in El Paso, partying, living life, drinking. And you don't have to sit there and lie about it. Not just because you do good things for the community makes you a good man. You're the weakest person. I don't think just because you do things for the community makes you great. I did things for this country. Deployed 4 times. Seen blood, shed blood. And I don't put myself on a pedestal like you do. And yes, I'm telling you and your organization that my family will continue to fight. Well, let me guess, I guess you forgot what kind of organization you run, right? That I should be afraid of it. How can you even sleep? Knowing you just shot and killed my son. You have nothing to say. Three months after you shot my son, you go party and get married like nothing happened. Three years later, now you're sitting here thinking, oh, everything's gonna be all right. Doesn't matter what kind of sentencing this jury gave you. There's nothing that's gonna bring him back. You're gonna continue having birthday parties, drinking, having fun with your family, your organization, while Axel is on the ground. But let the truth come out. Everybody knows what happened in this court now, according to what you and the mighty said. But don't forget what my daughter knows. What you, Jesse, and the mighty had told my daughter. That it was an accident and he fell off the bed. Are you going to be a man enough to say what actually happened? Or maybe it's going to be Damaris. You call yourself a dad, and that you want safety for your kids. For your kids. But you couldn't even do that. You couldn't keep them safe. You say you were raised using guns. Well, let me tell you something, Jesse. I never knew that clearing a weapon, you clear it facing forward or up in the ceiling. If you were an expert like you said, you should always know that a weapon never gets pointed up. It always gets pointed down. Or maybe I'm just dumb. And I don't know. Both you and Damaris are gonna have to deal with this for the rest of your lives. And I hope you brought inside each and every day. I'm still gonna be here fighting for justice. 5, 10, it doesn't matter how long it takes. And you better believe I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of the mines. And I'm not afraid of your organization. And you could sit there and act dumb that you don't know what I'm talking about, but you do know what I'm talking about. And I know they're hearing this via Zoom. They know they're hearing this. Because I've been threatened. My family has been threatened. I have been stalked at my own house. My wife has been followed by your organization. You're just a starring person. The entire time this trial was going on, you didn't shed one tear and said when you had to testify. The mice hasn't shed a tear either, besides 5 minutes and the funeral. What a coincidence. It is very hard to understand the loss of a child does not hurt a mother or a father. Oh yes, you better believe I have not shed a tear in 1,056 days till today. Exactly. So I have all that anger inside me. That you shot Axel. And you think a couple of tears that you shed are gonna bring him back, that you feel sorry. That you were a dad for a couple of days, maybe a month or so. You have never given me your face. The first time I saw you in person was here. And you're right, you bow down. You bow down. And you continue to do it. Ask yourself this question, Jesse. What if you were in my shoes? And I accidentally took a shot of oyster. 3-4 beers. Shoot at a bunk bed and ricochets and hits your son or daughter. You and the Mayas were the only two people in that room. You know what happened. And you know for a fact, the weapon did not discharge by itself. When are you gonna be a man enough to say, yes, it was me. Yes, I did it. Yes, it was not an accident. Or maybe it's like they say, I guess money buys everything in this world. But money is not gonna buy your conscience. It's not gonna buy what you feel inside. It's not gonna buy feeling that guilt inside. Knowing that you're a baby killer now. Yeah, you can sit down there upset, but you shouldn't be upset at me. You shouldn't be upset at my family. I didn't put you in this situation. You put yourself in this situation. The Mayas put you in that situation. But you know what? The only person that is going to judge you is going to be God. She wants you to remember he was not your son. He was my son. He was my blood. Not just because you kept him couple days or whatever, he's your son. Because you took him in, he's your son. I think somebody kind of mentioned earlier that, oh, maybe the monies went with you because you had a home to provide for her and the children. But I don't think that you knew that I provided. Still, I was still providing when you both were messing around. Not for her, not for you, but for all kids. Because you couldn't even do that. Imagine what the community is going to say. You're a convicted felon, a baby killer. I don't think a lot of communities will want to do any business with a felon. Especially not a baby killer felon. I don't think so. But again, we're not even going to talk about your situation because you're not important. The important person was Axel and justice for him. I can probably tell you that you don't even know where his grave is. But when was the last time, if you knew, when was the last time you visited? You're just weak and sorry man. And I want you to get this. I'm not gonna run from nobody. I don't run from nobody. You can continue having your organization threaten me. You can continue having your organization call me and message me via text, following me, following my wife. Because I'm not afraid of you, your organization, or anybody. I serve this country proud. And I think serving the country is more than serving your community. And I will make sure that the community knows who Jesse Gonzalez is. You better believe that I will ensure that the community know who you are. Because you're not the only one that has community ties, that does community service.
I'll give you 3 more minutes to conclude your statement, sir.
Look at me. Look at me. You can't even do that. You can't even do that. Can't even do that. You can't be free.
Okay, court is adjourned.
Thank you.